Test, test. So I think I've got the audio situation sorted out finally. As long as I'm actually properly streaming now. Man, that whole thing was a complete mess. Okay, well now that I've got it set where it will actually work, I'm gonna go ahead and announce this on Twitter too, and then we'll get started for real. Right. Okay, that fixed it. I have something that's going on my computer every now and then. It lowers the sound for some reason. Hey guys, thanks for showing up. Yeah, okay, so as I said, let's see, I said on an earlier form of the stream before, when it was still broken, that my capture device is busted, and I'm not able to get input from it, so I cannot capture video of anything coming from outside of my computer, for example, something off an Android device. So for right now, I cannot stream the Android version, and I apologize. Oof. I forget, resetting my computer resets my video stuff. Alright, I think that does it. Hello! Alright, finally. Finally? Okay. So what bug is this that was fixed? Or possibly not fixed? was about ready to try and spin dash there. Ah, crap. I went to check. So Gamma says, did you tweet out a new stream link? I went to check, and at that exact moment, I lost everything there. Oh, that's embarrassing. Yeah. Oops. So what do I think of the 3D games? Well, my favorites are the adventure ones, especially Adventure 1. I think that was the best one that they had done. Later boost games are okay, but the boost formula isn't really... That's not really for me. I like the free roaming adventure style and the 2D style mostly. For the boost stuff, it just, I don't know, it kind of feels like it's less interactive. Stuff goes by much more quickly, and like Sonic does have this element of go fast, but I think he's more than just go fast. Like especially earlier on, like in Sonic 1. They're still trying to find what really makes Sonic, and so there's like a basically half and half mix of speed and platforming, and they kind of got it a little bit better balanced out in Sonic 2 and Sonic 3, I think. But yeah, when I see the boost stuff, when I play the boost stuff, it's it's just all about going fast, but maybe not really doing much of anything. I don't know. That's just how I feel. Huh? I have never heard of that bug. Is that new? So this is the Scrap Brain's bug, Scrap Brain's own bug, where apparently when you transition from Act 2 to Act 3, Eggman hits the button and the screen... and I completely forgot it was going to act that way. And the screen pans up and kills you. So is that only after... Sega Forever took over, or is that something that was happening originally before that with the with the original releases of the mobile remasters? And I got a super chat from Gamma. Thank you very much. That's like that's the biggest one I've gotten so far out of any of my streams. So thank you. So about plans to port the mobile remakes to other platforms like Sega CD. That is completely beyond my control. That would be something that Sega would have to want and to commission to be done. And it's been a long time since those actually came out, so naturally it's come up a lot. Like, many people have brought it up. So, yeah, you'll just ask Sega, or just kind of count on waiting until maybe they finally make the decision. Yeah, I think there's a... Oh, crap. I think there's like a 2 to 5 second delay right now. It seems to be a lot worse than it used to be. If I get to the end of this without all the Chaos Emeralds, I'm just gonna have to end myself. No, stop! Oh! That was that weird mechanic that they have where if you're spinning when you jump, it locks your horizontal control for some reason. And we did away with that in Mania because we thought that it would just feel better. But some people have referred to it in the original games as a bug, but it's not a bug. That's programmed in there very explicitly. There's a Sonic State bit field has a very specific entry for exactly that behavior, and when you spin and then jump, that bit is set, and then it's checked when you get horizontal input, and if that bit is on, it doesn't let you exert horizontal control. So, yeah, feature, absolutely not a bug. Thanks, Silverfan. I'm glad you liked Mania. Sorry, Sega didn't allow me to make Sonic 3 iOS. I'm sorry too. And this is my challenge: split focus between playing Sonic and trying to keep up with the chat. Ooh. Well, that's one reason to remove it, because you can probably imagine that it might be a little bit awkward in that situation. It does, doesn't it? I should have tracked down a Revision 1 ROM. How's everybody, come to mention it, how's everybody liking those Sega Ages ports? I haven't been able to spend a whole lot of time with them myself yet. I may. I think it's a little late in the day to actually get to Sonic 3 today. Maybe I'll play Sonic 2 after this. I guess it depends on how long this takes. But, whatever I don't get to today, I plan on streaming again sometime soon, so I'll go through the whole series. It is good to see the classics getting out to more people in one way or another. Aha! Based on that reaction, I think that you are assuming that I'm going to play the entire Sonic franchise, basically. Probably not. At least not in the near future. I do want to go through the classics, though. At least them for now. Hey, Casey. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Ooh. Yeah, I think the Ages ports are like a whole different premise than what we were doing. Like, we did modern remakes of the classic games, ground up, new features directly game integrated and everything. I think they're just trying to bring just the classics over as they are, and then you've got with the emulation layer, you have a few extra things you can do with it. So you get a few things that go over the top, like, ooh, like, starting at a different level, save states, rewind, stuff like ring keep mode, where you can have the emulator keep track of how many rings you have and how many you had on the previous frame, and then just poke the value back into RAM as appropriate. Just stuff where you don't have to get, like, right down into the actual code of the game itself. I just tried to spin dash. I was behind a wall and you couldn't see it, but I just tried to spin dash. Shit. Oh. I mean poop. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Looks like I'm not long for this world the way this is going. That is terrible. I thought I was going to hit him, but I had no control to pull back because of that jump thing. And look at this. This probably would have done it. So somebody asks something about a scene, secret scene from Sonic 3 and Sonic 2. Are you talking about the ending to the mobile version? Like, if you get all the Chaos Emeralds? No, 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 no. Alright. I know what I have to do. You guys didn't see that, nothing happened. Here I am, for the first time on Marble Zone Act 2. Now here's a bug that just, like, sticks with me. I just always remember that this is a thing. Okay, I'm gonna be an idiot here. I used to could do this easily. There we go. And just in case, skip right over that. Ooh. No! Alright, I still have I think I still have a chance. There, you're not a real gamer unless you can do that. Either that or I'm just obsessive compulsive. One thing or the other. Ooh. Ah. I didn't mean to do that. I am just on the ball today. Well, it's better than hitting the spring. Alright, so maybe that one up down there is a jinx. Let's see. Ah, hey, yes, Cody. Thanks. Says, he's a really big fan of Mega Mix and Mania and excited to see me play these games. I'm glad to have you here with me. Ah. My protection. Come back down here. Get me out of here. Alright. And as I pause my attention to the chat so that I can make my way through this. Oof. I usually feel safe when I get to this point, but I have had the odd moment when I've actually lost from in here. Yeah, so there is specific code in there to make it basically that, yeah, to make it kind of choppy, where it doesn't display all of the possible angles of the tiles around the level. And Sticky Project has subscribed, thank you. And Silverboy64, thanks. I think that so Chilius says that the smooth special stage makes him feel dizzy. So that probably is why they did it, because companies like that are very sensitive to stuff like motion sickness, epilepsy, stuff like that. So it could have been something to do. It could have been something to do with it actually causing dizziness or nausea or something in some of the testers. And note I said could. I have absolutely no idea what the real reason is. Come on. Here. Oh, I thought I was a hero. Donkey Cheese says, I remember when I first tried Sonic 1, I couldn't get past Marble Zone Act 3 because of the boss. First time I tried Sonic 1, well, actually the first time I tried Sonic 1 was when I saw it on display in a Sam's Club, and it took many visits with it being there before I actually got to play it. I actually don't remember how far I got in the store. At home, it took me a little bit to learn how to get past Green Hill Zone Act 2, because I'd be getting impatient and trying to go really fast across the platforming section near the end. If you remember the part with the tall platforms moving up and down over a bottomless pit with spikes, and about halfway through it there's a lamppost. Come on. Yeah, this is the Genesis version. This is actually Revision 0, the one that was originally released in America. Okay, Mr. Poe asks if the falling spike platforms from Marble Zone are on a timer or if they activate when they come on screen. And you too, when they come on screen, and that is the case. They have their own timer, and yeah, how it moves based on everything else is or in relation to everything else is based on when it comes into activity range. And so the way that works is the object system only loads stuff in batches from 100 batches of a window size of 128 pixels wide. So every time you move, if you've moved beyond 128 pixels, it shifts the window to the next 128. And so it looks at the object list, which is sorted by X position in Sonic 1 in particular, and it finds out which ones are within that window. And if there are some that are in that window that haven't been spawned yet, it will spawn them in to the active object memory, and then they'll start acting as if they had just been created. And then once you move far enough for the window to switch over, the stuff outside of that window gets removed from the active object list, and just doesn't do anything until it comes back into range. And for the most part, everything will be reset when it comes back. But there are a few things that use something that in the community has been called a persistence table, where it will set certain bit flags to say what the state of that particular object is. Like with enemies, because you can see how when they come onto screen, they do their thing, they go off screen, they come back on screen, and they're reset. But then you blow them up, and they're gone, and you go off screen, you come back, and they're still gone. That's one of the things that the persistence table is used for. The thing that... Okay, so RetroVG Media says, do you think the spike bug was really a bug or intentional? The thing that people call a spike bug is absolutely 100% intentional. The code that makes it work is specially added to make the game skip over the code that makes you invulnerable. So they call... Oh, man. They call a separate thing for when you get hit by spikes than when you get hit by anything else. So yeah, it explicitly, very intentionally skips the part that makes you invulnerable. So not a bug. You guys talking about my Discord? Oh, yeah, maybe it's getting filtered out of the chat. I don't think... Yeah, it's not pinned, so you wouldn't see it immediately on my Twitter, or I'd just send you directly to my Twitter. You can stroll down through my Twitter, and there is a post a few years back that has the link to my Discord. I forget if I've linked to it anywhere else so far, but the Twitter is at HC Stealth. You know, I don't even know what I'm talking about. I have the Discord link right up at the top of this here for exactly this reason. And, so is that not working for you guys? That link right there? It's up in the top right corner of the screen right now. Man, really? They were talking about it in '91 in the magazines? I must have missed that article. So, Retro VG Media says that he remembers an article, or several articles, I'm not sure, from back from '91 when Sonic 1 came out, where apparently some of the authors were discussing whether or not they thought Sonic 1 should be recalled due to the spike behavior, which it seems like since the very beginning people have considered it to be a bug, and that may be why they changed it by the time Sonic 2 came around. Wouldn't quote me on that either, like I said, may, but I think what was happening in Sonic 1 with the spikes behaving that way is that they were an alternative for a bottomless pit, where if... Well, there weren't going to be many bottomless pits, and you'd die at the bottom of the screen, but it might have been considered... Ooh. It might have been considered weird or something. Oh, excuse me for a sec. Man, this is my most talkative stream so far, and I don't think I'm used to it. Anyway... They might have thought that it looked weird just to touch the bottom of the screen and die, so then they would line the bottom with spikes, because if you notice that there are spikes that aren't near the bottom of the screen, but there are a lot of spikes that are at the bottom of the screen. So that's probably more to explain your death than anything. So they're like an alternate for falling off the screen. I don't think I can get enough from here. Do I think Sega could have done Knuckles in Sonic 1? Absolutely. They just, it probably just wasn't worth the time and expense as much as it was with Sonic 2. Sonic 2 is not quite Sonic 3, but it's a lot closer to Sonic 3 than Sonic 1 was. They would have had... So, for the people who don't know, the way Knuckles in Sonic 2 works is that there is actually an entire game that's on the same cartridge as Sonic and Knuckles. It's a separate game ROM, and it contains all of the code to make Sonic 2 work, and all of the code for Knuckles and everything. And it's like not active when you start the game normally, but if you have Sonic 2 on top, it checks an address that relates to the cartridge port on top of the Sonic and Knuckles cartridge, and it looks for a serial number that that indicates that Sonic 2 is plugged in. And if it is, it activates that ROM chip and jumps to that location to run the new program. So really, it's not running off the Sonic 2 cartridge, but there is some data that is read from the Sonic 2 cartridge. And in that sense, to be able to get Knuckles to work with Sonic 1, they would have to do exactly the same thing. So it's like writing another entire game, basically. Especially since there were so many differences in the way Sonic 1 works and the way Sonic 2 works. So there would have been a lot more rewriting for them to do than what they did to get Knuckles in Sonic 2. And yeah, that's basically what I went through getting it to work with Sonic 1 myself. I'm absolutely sure that they could have done it, and because I don't think it's a matter of them being incapable or anything like that. But you know, you got the people you have to answer to when it comes to time and money. So when they looked at how different Sonic 1 was and how much it took to get the Sonic 2 gimmick to work, there was probably somebody somewhere along the line that says, nah man, this is just going to be too much. We're going to have to skip it. So there's another question that I let completely pass me by. Someone asked, how did I make HCGE work with bytecode? If I remember the question right, because since I'm not looking at it, it's already scrolled away. It sounded like he was asking if I wrote it in bytecode, and no. I wrote it in C. But there's another possible meaning to that question, which other people might want answered too. So that would be, how did I make it use bytecode as a script to create games with it that way? And that would be basically, I just created my own. I created my own interpreter for a script, and so the way it's stored, it's a little bit different than a traditional flat bytecode array. But yeah, it's basically the same thing as bytecode. So what I did is I wrote an interpreter to read the scripts the way the people write them, and each thing that you can write there has a number that it corresponds with, and as the numbers and letters are read in from the script, they're converted to the numbers that the engine can understand. So, Chilius asks if I said something previously about Knuckles in Sonic 2 being rushed, and specifically points out Aquatic Ruin being messed up or something. And I probably said something like that in the past. Basically what it is that what I would have commented on in relation to Aquatic Ruin Zone is that the collision in Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 are not set up in a way that's conducive to any character other than Sonic. Like, there's parts of it that are made just solid enough to keep Sonic from getting somewhere he's not supposed to be, but if you were to bring in a flying or climbing character like Tails or Knuckles, they would get into all kinds of trouble going through parts of the collision you were never intended to touch. So when they put Knuckles in Sonic 2, they had to deal with that. And so what they did, instead of changing the level layout data or the collision data for the level, they took, like, if you've ever used debug mode or looked at Sonic 1 or 2 in an editor, you might see some blocks that have Eggman's face on them. And what those are invisible solid blocks basically they act like collision, but you can't see them. And when they put Knuckles in Sonic 2, they sealed all of those areas by putting those kinds of blocks there. And it's probably because they didn't have a visual way of editing the layout, that they were strewn about in kind of a mess, overlapped, not put directly beside each other or anything. But yeah, so it's probably just a matter of having to get something like that done really quick. And the problem with that, though, is that those blocks are kind of finicky depending on how you use them, and they can cause some problems if they're not set up right. So if you play around with it in just the wrong way with Knuckles, you can get into some weird spots with those solid blocks, the invisible solid blocks that are supposed to keep you from going through the parts of the level that look like they would be solid. And one of the things about that is that in Sonic 1 in particular, there are some areas that are set up where they're perfectly fine for Sonic to go through them, but Tails and Knuckles would cause all sorts of problems. And aside from just the lack of collision that's there, the level is laid out in such a way that the collision couldn't possibly be made to account for everything. And that would be another reason to use those blocks. But one thing I found in particular was Starlight Zone. It's very, very crazy with how the collision works, and it was a job. It was a job getting it to work well with Tails and Knuckles. Dead chat, probably just listening to me talk. I had that was like a pretty long explanation I went through there. I don't have enough rings to go to the special stage, and I am now going to die. Man, this is one of the hardest levels. This is one of the hardest levels to get a Chaos Emerald with. Ghost Sonic says, did I see that Sonic 1 prototype footage? Yes I did. Very interesting. In fact, I thought of it just a second ago when, not really a second, but, ooh, throat problem, excuse me. But, yeah, just a few minutes ago when I started this level, I saw it at the top, and I remember from having looked at the level data that there appears to be a solid wall in front of you near the start, but one of those parts is in fact a sprite and not part of the level collision. And then in the prototype footage, you can see that in that spot there was no level block there, but there was actually a shield. So that would be one of the level design changes that they did, I assume, pretty late into the game, the way things look. Ooh, that was close. No. Much like Marble Zone, no. If you like have to restart there is no way to recover. Uh-oh. No, I am not going to. I'm not going to lose this. Okay, I know you're over there. I know you're over there. You're not gonna get to me. There are a lot of people trying to recreate prototypes that we've seen in screenshots and videos and stuff. Oh, come on. No, 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 no. Oh, yeah. Hey, Mr. Mini Block. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? probably gonna need this. Now that's interesting, this part of the level layout. I don't think they've ever done anything like that again. Ugh. Would have been better if I could skip that, but... No. Gold Lightning asks is about the proof of concept I did a long time ago for Sonic 1 on the Game Boy Advance, and how did I do it? Well, there's basically it's the same as any homebrew game that anybody's made for it, and it's a similar idea to homebrew games that people make for anything else. So in that case, there is a toolchain called DevKit Pro, and it has some tools and compilers in it for the Game Boy Advance, and basically I just used the information that was available about how the Game Boy Advance works and wrote the code in C and compiled it through DevKit Pro, where it also turned it into a Game Boy Advance ROM image that could be played on emulator or flashcard. And if you're wondering more specifically about Sonic 1, well, I'd gone through the code like several times before, just doing things with it, looking at it, and I had the code available, rather the same code that all of the fans are using right now available to me, and I just went back and forth between that, looking at that, and writing equivalents of everything in C. Okay, so DevKit Pro actually supports GBA, Kentucky Dev. Well, if you're surprised, maybe it doesn't now, I'm not sure. This was a very long time ago, but yeah, DevKit Pro was did have Game Boy Advance support. And I wouldn't be surprised if it still does, really. Okay, Chilius asks, do I know anything about the official Game Boy Advance Sonic 1 and its development? There's not a lot that is known about the development for that, but what I can tell you is that at one point I played... So, there may be people who do know that back when back when mobile phones just ran really slowly and had games that were made through Java, there were Sonic 1 and 2 remakes. I think that there was like 2 of each. One of them was Japan specific. I managed to find one of those and played through it just a little bit, and from my experience, I can tell you, it feels exactly the same as Sonic Genesis. So I really wouldn't be surprised if there was a connection there. Well, to say exactly wouldn't be entirely correct because it runs slowly and chugs on the phone. But, you know. Is there any footage of the J2ME Sonic 1? There has been. I know I've seen it around, but I think it's been long buried. You may be able to still look it up, unless maybe the YouTube accounts have deleted themselves, or gotten banned or anything. But I don't know where to find any right now, but I know that at one point somebody had made some available. There doesn't seem to be a lot of support for Linux or Mac in the industry to begin with, as far as I can tell. I guess it's just not seen as a viable market, maybe? I don't know. The .jars for those games? I think that I've actually lost my copy from long ago. So I actually haven't even been able to look at it whenever I would feel so inclined. I wouldn't know about that. I don't know how many people are in the market for traditional games on a mobile device, but there may be a good number of people who would want to play Mania on a mobile device. I don't know what Sega's policy on mobile games is right now, and as we can see, it seems that they have really made Sega Forever their mobile department pretty much. Well, them and a couple of other companies do some new games for it, like Hardlight. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of crossover with their more traditional games, unless you count the spin-off mobile titles, kind of like Sonic Forces Speed Battle, I think it's called. But having a good engine or program game application skeleton for Android isn't a bad thing. So if you were to create one that you would be able to use with the stuff that you do, like I did a while back with HCGE. I never actually got the chance to fully feature and support the mobile versions of HCGE, but I did give it a shot, and I got it running both on Android and iOS. And once you do that, you have the basic layer of I/O where you have to handle what goes back and forth between your application and the hardware. But especially if you use what they call the native API, you can program in C instead of doing the entire thing in Java, because a lot of mobile-specific apps are actually done in Java. But there is the Android native NDK, and there's a method to do it on iOS also, where you can write in C or C++ and have that tied to the Java application layer. And doing that, you can just create yourself a layer to expose to the native SDK, and then just do whatever you're gonna do, and it would be just as portable to that platform as any other, really. Yeah, so Chilius points out that in the Game Boy Advance version of Sonic 1, if you turn music off, the game will run a bit faster. And yeah, so everything, well, not absolutely everything. I think that they would have to have found a way to take the bitmap graphics and stuff that they used on the Java version, if they did take the Java version and convert it into the Game Boy Advance version, and would have to have converted it into graphics where they could use the graphic hardware. I would be very, very surprised to find out that that's running with software rendering and still running as fast as it is. But yeah, the audio seems to be MIDI playback, which again points to the early mobile versions that were done in Java, and so they may have a MIDI player that they wrote custom for the Game Boy Advance that's playing that music, and it either is not quite optimized, or maybe just MIDI playback rendering in general is not fast enough for the Game Boy Advance to support it. One way or another, that music is putting a strain on the main processor, which means that there's less of its ability for the gameplay to be able to use. So you turn the music off, and then it's not running the MIDI player, and then there's more process time for the game, so you're able to get more out of it, and the game itself runs faster. Have I played through the Java version of Unleashed? No. I've never actually played that version. I don't know if this is directed toward me. You want to get weird with the X68000. Well, and assuming that it is directed toward me, I suppose so, yes. I would like to try out that system. And the Motorola 68K is it is my favorite processor to work with. Ah, no. I know what that is. All right. Looks like I'm safe. Do I think any specific skills specific to working with assembly and ROM hacking translate well into modern game development? I guess that would depend on what kind of skills you're talking about. Programming, being able to program in general, and game creation does require some skill sets on a basic level that are the same across platforms. But I would say, like, things that are very specific to modifying a ROM image of an old game like that, those probably wouldn't be very useful, because like you're not going to be like, if you're creating a new game, you're not going to be doing very much reverse engineering, if any. You're not going to use a hex editor very often, because by now anything that you would need to create data for either has a utility, or you find somebody who can just whip one up. And so yeah, you won't have to do anything like that. You deal mostly in full color bitmap graphics now, rather than the kind of tile graphics with a limited palette that you did on these old systems. So in that sense, there are a lot of things that are skills you would need to do modifications of old games like this that don't really mean anything in terms of modern game development. Did I ever think of using the homing attack in Mania? Well, of course it crossed my mind. I mean, like, after all the time I spent on, creating Sonic Megamix, but Sonic Megamix really is a different kind of game, and I can also get behind the decision not to have something like the homing attack in Mania, at least straight up. Like, I know people have hacked it in there, and that's a pretty good accomplishment, and I can also see where that could be pretty fun to play with too. But Sonic Megamix is like classic Sonic gameplay, but somewhere more in the realm of modern Sonic. Whereas you can see, basically, like, with the movesets, some of the characters that are available and all that. And, yeah, so just the fact that I had done something like that with Sonic Mania isn't really sufficient cause for me to do, or done something like that with Sonic Megamix isn't really sufficient cause to bring something from it over to a game like Sonic Mania, which is strictly set in the classic era. What did I just hit? I looked away for a split second and got bounced backwards. I like this too, where it's a boss where you can use Eggman's own attack against him. That's another design thing they didn't really do much with. And what I also like about it is that it's entirely optional. Like, you have the traditional way to attack him. You can jump at him, you can use the seesaw to bounce at him, and just use the regular spin attack, or what he's doing is actually dangerous to him if you use it the right way. And I think that mechanics like that are pretty fun. Michael Moth Prophet S's was my Game Boy Advance Sonic port demo created through machine translation of 68,000 to C, or was it a complete hand rewrite of the code of the engine and relevant objects? It was a, see, I think that I would kind of call what I did a transliteration. Some stuff I did, like, as opposed to a translation. Some of the stuff that I did from knowledge. Very little of it I did blind. A lot of it I made sure to refer back to the original code to make sure everything was right. And for some things, I basically did a straight-up transliteration of 68K code into C code, like just flat-out equivalent C code. But yeah, as far as any machine involvement goes, no, the entire thing was done by hand by me. And if my capture equipment was working and I was able to play the Android version, I would have enabled the ability to get supersonic. I would have enabled the seventh Chaos Emerald and played with the ability to get supersonic. But the way I played the special stages this time around, who knows if I actually would have gotten them all. You know, I have this really vague, weird memory of playing this level and getting to the end of it with 50 rings, and there was a giant ring there. But obviously that's not the case, because I play it repeatedly and I never see one. But somehow I have a memory of getting there and seeing one. Whoa, I've never seen that before. He went backwards. These things are kind of... yeah, they're acting up more than usual today. These things are kind of wacky because of the way collision works in Sonic 1, or with all of the Genesis Sonic games. And I think I've explained it before, but basically you don't actually collide with every portion of everything. So Sonic's velocity value is added to his position, and then it checks for collision around where he is. So if he's going fast enough or at the wrong angle, it's entirely possible for him to skip over something that's completely solid. And that's why sometimes you get stuck in the wall trying to go up concave curves. And when you go up convex curves, when you go around convex curves especially, those just do not work in classic Sonic. Except for when they try to add special code like they did with those wheels over there to try and force it to work. Also, here's something. Like, probably a lot of people know about this. Secret monitor right there, item box. And so that's like actually not an item box that's hidden there. And what's happening is that there are actually a lot of those around this level, and that seems to be the only one that you can actually trigger through normal gameplay. And what they're being used for is as solid collision to keep Sonic from going into walls by doing something weird. And this is probably before they came up with the invisible solid block that they have, the one that usually shows Eggman's face on it, because this is done in a few other levels too. Like, so in this level they use item boxes to as solid objects to keep you out of walls. in Marble Zone, they have several places where they have spikes that they've used in the solid objects to keep you from getting in walls. And just like you can trigger that item box there are a couple of places where if you do it just right, you can go so far into the wall that you touch the spikes and get hurt in Marble Zone. Nian, I think, Howlett Foster says that apparently there are technical limitations with the giant rings not appearing in this zone. That is not something I've ever heard of. I don't think that there is. I think it would be just as capable of appearing in this level as any other. But I think that it might be, I think that what it is either maybe a combination of both, difficulty level and it might be lore related, since this it's true for all all of Eggman's final levels, where he has total control of an area. So maybe big rings just don't appear there in general. Like maybe something about Eggman's influence keeps them from showing up or something like that. And it could also be a couple of other things. It could be that there's some kind of intelligent influence determining where those show up, and it wants to keep them away from Eggman. Or it could be that when you haven't gotten all of the Chaos Emeralds by that point, and thus blocked any new rings from forming anyway, it could be that those rings were there previously, and that's how Eggman got the emeralds that you didn't get before the end of the game. But that's just weird fan story stuff. I fell off the shortcut. Do I ever wonder about bringing other Sonic fan creators along with future Sega projects? Well, it's entirely up to Sega who they work with, and based on well, like they get to decide which teams they want to go with, so they can afford to be picky about individual team members too. But I can tell you that I do have my eyes on a few people. Took care of him. Alright, good ending. Okay, so that took like... What, did I spend like an hour, 45 minutes maybe? Chilius asks, do I know what causes the ability to roll back the value from 0 to 255 in this boss? That would be referring to the final boss, and yes I do. So, there are, holy cow, thank you Callie. Big super text there, or super chat. So, there are 4 storage classes as far as this processor is concerned. Like, there's 5, maybe 6 and some newer ones. But the four classes of data storage are rather sizes are byte, word, and D-word. And I don't know why I said 4. So it's the byte, the word, and the D-word. So the byte is 8 bits. It's the smallest storage unit that you usually deal with. And so then there's the word, which is 2 bytes, and then there's the D word, which is double word, so it's 4 bytes. And a lot of values for stuff in these objects are stored as bytes, and the maximum value of a byte is 255. So there's a total of 206 values between 0 and 255. So what happens is when you get to when you're counting down and you get to 0, then you hit it again. It will subtract 1, and you're already at 0. So basically, in standard math, you would go from 0 to -1, and so a byte can be represented either as a signed byte or a non-signed byte. And only signed bytes can go into the negative numbers. They're both stored basically the same way, with the exception that one of the bits is it tells you whether it's positive or negative. So going into negative numbers, the bits are reversed. So all the things that would usually be zeros are ones. All the things that would usually be ones are zeros. And so going to -1 would have all of the bits turned on. So that would be a signed byte version of -1. But that same bit pattern also means unsigned 256. So when you can either test the value as signed or unsigned. And if you subtract 1 from 0 in an unsigned byte, then it tries to go to -1, which has the same data that represents 255, so it becomes 255. Okay, so it is 8 p.m. my time. I don't think that's too bad. Who's up for Sonic 2? So Chilius responds to all of the stuff that I just said. Super interesting, and there are some other ways. There are some other places that you could find some more information about this that are less confusing than my rambling. But that's the basic gist of it. Well, yeah, so Cucky Dev says technically it has nothing to do with signedness, it just checks if the boss's hit counter is 0. There is, because of the way that that boss works, there's a very specific time when it checks whether the hit counter is 0, and that would be between two events where he's exploding and moving, and then he can only transition into having been defeated and running away when the pistons have been pulled back all the way. And because the pistons always check for collision, even after you've made the final hit, if you hit it again, it will still subtract 1 from the value, and the number will no longer be 0. So once it pulls back into position, the value is not 0, so it keeps going as if you hadn't made all of the hits necessary to defeat him. Alright, let's get Sonic 2 going. Ah, cool. So Daniel Rodriguez comes in with a super chat too. Thank you. This is very cool. I have not received this much off of a stream ever. You guys are fucking awesome, and I mean that because this is just great. I love you guys, and I cannot contain myself sometimes when I talk. Did I ever get idealized or attracted into hacking by someone at Sonic Retro? Oh, so I. Ooh, okay, this is a modified version. Where is a clean one? Okay, so actually, I pretty well predate Sonic Retro. Before Sonic Retro, there were two other forums that got merged together, which were Simon Way's Sonic 2 beta page, and the other one was Sonic Classic, and they got merged into Sonic Retro. But even before those, there were several others, and so there were a couple of factions that grew larger in the Sonic community after everything was just basically isolated and everything, individual sites. And there were a couple of them that a lot of people kind of gravitated toward that became big, that became stuff like Sonic Retro. And one of those was called the SSRG. And that is something that, along with another guy that I knew, we co-set it up as a place where you could find a lot of interesting information about Sonic, in particular about the games. And over time, it grew with more information, more sites. Uh, Several forums popped up there, and I had already been trying to create a fan game for even longer than that, and around that time, one of the things that showed up on the SSRG was first of all, it was oh man, I forget that guy's name. It was the Secrets of Sonic the Hedgehog page, and on that page was a sublink that led to a text version of the original Sonic 2 hacking guide. And I see that and I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I just start messing around with it myself, and eventually I come through with a bunch of information that hadn't even been published, because that was actually a very small document to begin with, and had a lot of guesswork and stuff. And I actually contributed to it along with other people until it became the whole website, the Sonic 2 hacking website. And from there, it just grew into other parts of the communities where there are just so many people that are doing modifications of the games now, using all that same information. All right, let's give this one a shot. Can I further fill you in on Sonic ROM hacking history? Oh man, there is just so much that I would keep talking. I would keep talking throughout the entire rest of the stream and still not be finished. So I think that'll have to. I think that'll have to be something for another time, maybe. Yeah, you can find a lot of information out there still. There are some people who have kept track of some of the things that have happened over time. There might be some other old people that you can find who would be willing to share some stories and stuff. So like, you can piece it together from people who like can find the time to tell you bits and pieces about all of the various things that have happened, because yeah, to have one person try to explain the whole thing, that is a task. would it be possible to hack different levels into co-op with much success? So this is for Sonic. This is for Sonic 2, which I'm playing right now, and so there is. You mean competition, right? I assume that you mean competition because basically this is the co-op mode here, and so competition mode has a split screen and basically makes use of a different mode, a different graphics mode of the Genesis, usually referred to as interlace mode, and it is double the normal height in resolution. So instead of being 240 pixels high, it's 480 pixels high. So they use that to be able to display the space of two game screens at the same time, so they can do the split screen competition. And to be able to do that, you need to have some of your data set up in a very specific way. Usually, the tiles that are stored in VRAM are 8x8, and those are built into larger pieces to make the levels that you see. And whereas in this interlace mode, they are actually considered by the hardware 8x16 tiles. So it uses 8x16 sections of tile data. So what that would mean is the tile data stored in memory, you would have one tile and then you would have another tile immediately after it, which are the 8x8 tiles. But in interlace mode, that first tile would be the top half of an 8x16, and the second tile would be the bottom half of an 8x16. So they in that mode they form a single unit. And did I pass by that first star post? I don't remember even seeing it. So you have to have things set up in such a way that you have valid 8x16 tiles, and when you have patterns like what you have in these levels, sometimes you need one 8x8 tile on top of a different one than you would find the same one on top of in a different location. And to be able to do that with the 8x16 tiles, because they are actually singular units, you would have to create two different 8x16 tiles, and that eats up VRAM very fast. So there are a lot of levels where they are not compatible with that mode because they rely on using strictly 8x8 tiles. And if you wanted to take all of the combinations of the 8x8 tiles that are in that level and make 8x16 tiles that are suitable for the interlace mode, that would just take way too much space. And that's why there are so few of the levels that actually show up in competition mode. Because those levels in specific are built so that those combinations of tiles are stored as a single unit. And I actually made a conversion utility inside Soned 2 that can convert a level from 8x8 tiles to 8x16 tiles, but it will only work properly if you have so few 8x8 tiles and combinations of 8x8 tiles that the newly generated 8x16 tiles do not overflow VRAM. And that would be the case with a lot of the levels that we have here, except for the ones where they bothered to do the conversion manually, like Mystic Cave and Casino Night. And like you can see in the prototype of Sonic 2 that they tried to have some stuff They had it available to switch any level into the two split screen competition mode, but as you can see, that corrupts the graphics in a lot of them because it tries to use the 8x8 tiles as 8x16 tiles, and they're not set up properly. And I just realized I missed the very first star post. So in one of those prototypes in particular, Green Hill Zone still exists, like the original Green Hill Zone from Sonic 1, and you can see that there's some graphical corruption in there, particularly with several of the objects, and the reason for that is they did that conversion from 8x8 tiles to 8x16 tiles for that level, and when they did, there was so much 8x16 data that there was no room to store the rest of the graphic data. So a lot of the sprites and even some parts of the level itself were overwritten by the newly created tiles. I have a feeling I'm not gonna make this. Ooh, okay, I did. I almost forgot my advice that I gave the other day to someone to account for the 16 frame delay with Tails. Otherwise, he loses all your stuff. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, okay, I did. So it is more difficult to get the Chaos Emeralds with Tails following you, not only because if you're playing solo and you don't account well for the input lag on Tails, then he'll lose a lot of your rings. But there's another issue with it, that where with Tails with you, it actually increases the number of rings that you have to grab, and I think that's because they assume that most of the time when you play Sonic and Tails, you're going to be playing with a partner, and that person will be able to help you get the rings just moving around like a normal person instead of the AI. Which makes sense because it would become a million times easier to complete all the special stages with 2 human players. Oh, come on. No, you don't. Oh, he got in front of me. This is gonna work out very good. That was almost perfect. It's all about timing, though. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Yeah, that's what I get for essentially showing off. It's like the first time I ever played the first time I ever got all the Chaos Emeralds in this game, the last level I was on was Casino Night Zone. But eventually I got to the point where I could get all of them right before the end of Emerald Hill Zone, which I think that there is exactly seven star posts you can find by that point. Oh, that was close. And then that's why they have them in some weird places here in Sonic 2, also because of them being the entryway to the special stage. Like way up there. You don't need a checkpoint way up there. No! Why would I do that? We're so close. Yeah, that was the same thing for me. It's just like the very first time you play Sonic 2, especially after playing Sonic 1, you get that message for the first time. It's like, now Sonic can be what? And I just sat there fiddling with it for the next few minutes, trying to figure out what exactly that was, until I got the 50 rings and jumped and. So these secret passages, the way they work is that there are two separate collision paths that you can take at any time, and whichever one you're on is controlled by invisible objects that you run across at certain times, and that's what makes it so you can go through loops too. In certain places in Emerald Hill Zone, like right here, there's an invisible path swapper right here, and if you jump around it in just the right way, it sets you onto the path that allows you to go through this wall right here. It seems I can't trigger it right now. Ooh, I don't want to touch that yet. Oh yeah, I won't touch the start post, but I'll touch the spikes. Honestly, I don't remember my genuine reaction in the moment for when I first actually got Supersonic. But yeah, the whole experience was just kind of weird for the first time. And I think that that's the reason too that you turn into Supersonic immediately when you jump instead of having it activate some other way, because it was supposed to be such a secret at the time, and to do it any other way, they'd have to spoil it. So yeah, just having it bound to jumping once you have 50 rings makes sure anybody finds it. Though in the long run, I don't really like that method. Yeah. Okay, I might regret this. Good, I didn't. Hey, Some D, dude. Gonna be really close. Finally. what did I think the final boss in this game the first time I saw it? Well, it was huge. It was intimidating, and I died repeatedly. You can get the way you attack the other bosses. By the time you get to that one, you can get a little impatient trying to hit it enough, especially since it takes 13 hits, which is kind of a weird number. Took me a little bit to work out a good pattern for how to do it, but hopefully I will be able to reproduce that pattern this time and not die repeatedly. Yeah, it took me a little bit to get down a pattern for him too, and that became annoying, kind of like having to go back through him to get to the giant Eggman robot. Ooh, I almost missed that. I misjudged how far away it was supposed to be. Wow, okay. Tails. Get it together. That was pretty easy. Yeah, this star post here, it is a bit weird to get to, and I think that in the original, the only way to get here is to find your way up to that secret one-up up there. I am going to get a time over, and that's just sad. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna get those 50 rings before the 10 minutes hits. this color scheme on this one makes me think of pumpkins. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Oh. Well, let's see if I can pull this off. Yeah, the moment I die from a time over here, it's going to reset the clock, so I won't get another chance to try this. Oh, just as long as I can... Nope, I didn't make it. That's a detail that I think some people might not know about too, is just to protect you from getting stuck in an infinite loop of dying due to game over, or time over. Whenever you get a time over and restart at a checkpoint, it resets the time to 0 to make sure that, that you can still beat the level. Silverboy says WoW Sonic 2 already, and I have to be wow, it took me this long to get to Sonic 2. I didn't do my best on Sonic 1. Kenny Lauderdale asked, did anything ever come of that Sega employee finding that original Sonic CD design book with the R2 plans inside? Not that I know of. Some stuff like that, I really don't know more about it than any of you guys do. In fact, some of it I might find out a little bit later since I'm a little bit more isolated than some of you. But as far as I know, nothing has come of it, and as far as I can tell from when it did show up, I don't think anything ever will. Because they have heavy NDAs on stuff. I did not hit 1 star post. They have heavy NDAs on stuff like that, and especially people in the business in Japan, they take that very, very seriously. And it's like, not like you're not supposed to, but they are very, very serious when it comes to business, and very, very strict. So given that and what he's already said about it, I doubt very seriously that he will ever share anything that's inside that book. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised he even showed it too. But yeah, some people from that era are a little bit more relaxed on some stuff like that, I guess. I know personally, I'd be excited to have found something like that in my pile of mess after so long, and yeah, I'm glad that he shared that much with everybody. Just that it was there and we could actually see the book that they had worked from and how big it is and stuff. Yeah, I'd say that it probably tastes like, okay, so you know grape soda, and then imagine an off-brand grape soda, not that great, and then imagine it flat. I think that's what it tastes like. Oops. Hey Simon, going pretty good. How's yours? Oh man. It's hard to tell what the UFOs are from the footage, but I think they might be. I think they might be animated tiles because the pattern does look kind of uniform, but well, like I said, it's kind of hard to tell the way the player is moving and with the compression on the video. So do I know of Sonic Studio by LABYRINTH? It's really amazing. Yes, I have. I've seen some stuff about it several times. I haven't really gotten a chance to try it out though yet. But yeah, I hear from a lot of people it's pretty good. Ugh, unlike my attempts to get up there, am I maybe thinking of the wrong spot? Am I? I think that's where I wanted to go. Yeah, that certainly seems like it. Man, I could have sworn I remembered it being easier to get in there. Oh, it's not? I thought there was a demo of it already. Okay, I guess I'm starting to show my age. That was not where the, that was not where the secret was. Yeah, okay, so I know I have to come through this section. You know, I'm like absolutely certain it's there. There wasn't a revisional difference where it wasn't there, was there? If I had debug mode, I'd flip into it right now and just go up there and see if all that stuff's there. Find out how wrong I am. Yeah, it's because there's the exit. I don't know what I'm doing. The raw oh yeah, so you can see there's an example of what's kind of wrong with Aquatic Ruin Zone. But raw footage for the Wayne's World stuff for Sonic 1, I would bet that is long gone. It's very old by now, and the tapes may have been either destroyed or possibly overwritten, because at the time it would only have been useful for that scene, really, and the people who had it after it was used for that show wouldn't really have thought anything of it, because at the time that's just what Sonic 1 was anyway. So it could very easily have been overwritten. Really? Maybe it is still out there. This is what happens when I spend so much time making games and not playing them. That, especially. Of course. Somebody dude asks, what am I playing this on? I am playing this on Kega. Like, I ran a poll on my Twitter for what people would like to see between that or the original hardware or the Android remakes. But unfortunately, even though my equipment was working yesterday, when it came time to start the stream today, my HDMI capture just absolutely refused to work no matter what I did. So ultimately I had to go on and just play with Kega, because I would be capturing the Android one through HDMI, and even though the original Genesis hardware has composite output, the way I capture that is through a composite to HDMI upscaler, so I would be using the same HDMI capture hardware that is broken. So I am totally incapable of doing either one of those right now. Ooh. My favorite piece of obscure Sonic trivia. I might have to think on it, but free to mention obscure Sonic trivia, the first thing that came to my mind was in Sonic 2 on the Game Gear, where there's this one-up hidden all the way at the upper left side of one of the sky levels, and if you're able to make it up there and you go over to the left side of it, and only the left side, and you push on it, some ducks come out and bounce around. Like, if you push on the right side of it, that doesn't happen either. It's only that one item box, and only if you push on it from the left. Here we go. Curlyhead Kevin says that's just the game designers having fun with their level design, and yeah, sort of, pretty much, but that actually wouldn't be something that the level designers themselves could do. If it were a level designer that came up with that idea, they would still have to talk to the programmers to actually program that behavior in, because it's very, very specific. Which Sonic character is my favorite? Tails is my favorite. Like, with everybody, as with basically everybody, he was kind of annoying at first in Sonic 2's special stages, but yeah, just over time with all the various media and stuff, I came to like Tails. somebody dude says mine's gotta be Sonic and Knuckles and Blaze. That's a lot of favorites, but yeah. They're all pretty good. And like, you certainly can't hate Sonic. Like, none of this would even be a thing without Sonic. And I do love Sonic as a character too, anyway. And I want those rings. Did I hear about that Sonic 1 prototype screenshot somebody found on a promotional shoe? No, that sounds absolutely weird, and I have never heard one thing about it. See, that what I just did there, that's one of the great things about classic Sonic, is just how you can abuse the physics to do the things you need to do to get around in the level. Get away. I shouldn't have tried that. Wow, I am surprised. That is the first time, that's the very first time today that I tried to do the drop dash. Like, whenever I would go back to these just a little bit, I would always keep trying to do the drop dash after having it in Mania. Yeah, that shocked me a little bit too. I didn't think we were gonna see any more prototypes, especially something like that Sonic 3 one. Have I played Odyssey? Do you mean Mario Odyssey? Yeah, I played Mario Odyssey. I still need to go back and get, I still need to go back and get more of the Power Moons, though. Because I haven't gotten all of them, but I have beaten the main part of the game. I think that, there is a final level that I haven't gotten to. Like there's the dark side of the moon, and then there's the darker part of the moon or something. I don't know. It's like, to fly further onto the moon, you need more power moons or something. That thing in the prototype, that's a major coincidence. That thing that people say looks like a drop dash. Like, we were all surprised to see that. Well, no, I wouldn't really say that Sonic 3 legit had a drop dash, because there are significant differences. Like, you have it in common where you hit the ground and you take off at a fast speed, but not only is it activated differently, but the feel of it is just completely different. Like, I don't know, maybe when they did put that into the prototype for Sonic 3, maybe they had something like the drop dash in mind, but it seems like they just didn't really get there with it. Well, they tried to, so you say that it would have been cool to have a marketing gimmick where every new game had a new ability, and they did have that for Sonic 3, really, which was both the Insta Shield and Shield power-ups and Tails' flight ability, and they also, in addition to the thing that people call a drop dash in the prototype, there were at least 2 other brand new moves that Sonic could do that they were like written out of the code, sort of, where they were blocked off where they couldn't be used during gameplay, but then you could use like a couple of Game Genie codes to circumvent that and make them accessible in game. So those was like, one of them was a ring throw. The other one might have had something to do with rings too. I actually can't remember at the moment. But yeah, they tried at least 3 new things for Sonic in Sonic 3, other than the shield powers, and it just seems that none of them really suited the game in such a way that made them feel like they wanted to keep it. Okay, now I know something weird's going on. Aren't there supposed to be a bunch of score slots over there? Oh, there they are. Not really what I meant to do. How do you get up where? To where those slots are? Let's see, I think I'm still near enough. Yeah, they should be around here. So I think... yeah, here we go. Crap. That is the very... yeah, that right there is the star post where I for the first time got all 7 Chaos Emeralds. I don't think I'm going to get one in general off of it this time. last chance in this level. Get down there to it now. Exactly the same thing as last time. You guys can't see when I do that, but I just tried to drop dash again. Oh. Anybody ever been able to get back up here? I've done it a few times. Not very easy. Not that I really need to right now anyway. And for the longest time, I did have the Sonic 2 special stages memorized. I just coast through them without even thinking about it. It's like at a point where I couldn't tell you what was coming up next, but I would just move as if I knew anyway. Well, in that sense, about Supersonic just ruining the soundtrack in this game and having no real bonus, I guess it's a good thing that I'm screwing up so much right now. Just as long as I get them all before I get to the end. It is a little disappointing that the ending doesn't really change, though. between having the Chaos Emeralds and not having the Chaos Emeralds. Another super chat from Wimpy Fox. Thanks. Weren't I included in Sonic 3 Complete 2? I wasn't like directly a part of the Sonic 3 Complete project, but I did do the original complete and functional reverse engineering of Sonic 3 itself, so I wouldn't be surprised if they credited me in there for that. I actually would kind of hope so. That was a lot of work. Oh, Tails. What are you trying to do to me? Oh, that was very close. Alright. Oh. Right. This is a weird placement for the signpost, and I think it was just dropped for testing, and then I think maybe they just never cleaned that up, because you really don't ever see another signpost that close to the edge of the screen. away for just a second, and I can't see that guy out the corner of my eye. He, like, for how sideways I was looking at that, he completely blended in with the background. Ugh. Okay, I'm just not gonna try it. Phew. I gotta stop looking away at inopportune moments. I landed right on that. The DS collection actually doesn't use emulated sound. They have the sound separated into wave files, and I guess that the problem with the Go is maybe they played it back on something that wasn't quite accurate when they created the sound files. But yeah, they're not emulating the Genesis sound in there. It's like beside the emulation of the game, they actually have the emulator checking for when things need to be played and calling on external files, external sound files. And that would also be why the speech cues pitch up the music, because they're not rendering it. They're not rendering the music real time like on the Genesis, so they can't speed it up without just speeding up the whole waveform, which also causes an increase in pitch. Yeah, I don't know anything about the DS port a development perspective, or rather, what was going on during development or anything. But I just do know what I can see, and like, people have looked at it in one of those programs that lets you see the individual files packed into a DS game, and yeah, one of the folders just actually contains all that music in there. It's kind of like what they did with Sonic Jam, because like, Sonic Jam isn't an emulation either, or rather, it isn't an emulation, whereas the DS collection is emulation, but it also plays the sound as, like, basically something like WAV files, or any other kind of music file you might like MP3 or something, and it doesn't simulate the FM rendering of the music from the raw data, like the way that Genesis plays it. Man, that fell apart, and I didn't even get the Chaos Emerald. Man, about Classic Collection, do you guys remember the marketing for it, and even the box art, where they took a picture of the game with Sonic and Tails on it, and then they put Knuckles on there too? They just pasted him onto the screen, and just that sort of thing would seem to indicate that you could play all three characters at the same time. I don't think that was particularly well thought through. Like, maybe somebody in marketing thought, well, you can play all these characters, so we should put them all on there so that you can see which characters you can play. But that really makes it look like all those characters can be played and in play at once. It like genuinely had me wondering if they did do something like that, and why. Brubra says that's actually better. Maybe they did that so that any FM channel doesn't stop when you collect rings and stuff. I'm not sure if you're talking about Sonic Jam or the DS collection. As far as Sonic Jam goes, they would have had to create a player for the FM music if they wanted to play the raw FM data the way the Genesis does. And there is some FM capability on the Saturn, but it's not exactly the same as on the Genesis, and it just creating the player would have been something that they had to do separately. So I guess it just seemed like a better use of time just to go the waveform route with that. And in terms of DS collection, where most of the game is emulation, but they still use full waveform sounds like music like that, the reason they did that there was because of the power that the DS has. It didn't have the kind of raw processing power that it would need to emulate the game and also emulate the sound. So even though they would have had sound emulation that they could have added to that, it would have been so heavy on the processor that it would have slowed the game down. So that's why in that case they took the music out and made it play separately. Like, if I remember correctly, even with it like that, there was still some slowdown in some places. And one of the reasons for that is it's very weird. The ROM images that they stored in the Classic Collection to run in the emulator are not stored raw. I think in particular for Sonic 3 and Knuckles, because of how big it was going to be, there's not enough RAM on the DS to store the entire thing in RAM and have room for anything else whatsoever. So what they did was they compressed the ROM image, and they not only compressed it for storage, they compressed it for loading. So somehow the emulator is running a compressed ROM image and decompressing the parts that it needs on the fly. So that's also taking up a large chunk of processing power that's slowing the game down. I don't believe that. I know there's a DS sampler, so I think they could easily samples and compress the instruments more. Well, that's certainly an option they could have gone with, but the thing is, it's also going against the standard emulate everything that they would usually do, and so they can't. When you emulate FM sound chip, it's a lot more complicated than having a just a sample playback, because you actually have to render the FM instruments and mix all of the sounds together in just the right way to get the same sound that you would get off of the Genesis. And yeah, so it's more than a sample player. It's a full sound rendering system. It's doing it is doing in software what you would usually have hardware do. So that they could have used a sample player to do it, but it wouldn't have come out sounding quite right because of the level of control you have over the sound that comes out of an FM synthesis chip, and you wouldn't have that level of control over the sounds of the samples themselves when you play through a sample player like that. So their best option to both get the sound just right and not bog the processor down so much that the game didn't play well was to play the full waveforms just copied off of whatever they was that they had playing the music. $23. I don't think that's happening. Yeah, a turn makes you think there's gonna be something there. It's just nothing. Of course it's possible to recreate those songs on the DS. It's just not possible to to render them real time while doing other things, because there's a limit to how much a processor can do at a certain time, and there are some very powerful ones out right now, including in some consoles handheld consoles, but the farther back in time you go, the slower the processors are, and the DS has a pretty slow processor considering. A lot of the stuff that you do on the DS is usually done in hardware. And with emulation, when you do emulation, everything is done in software. Absolutely everything. So all of that hardware that you have, taking a big load off of the main processor so that it can concentrate on just the gameplay, that burden is put on the processor itself when you have to do emulation. Yeah, I have heard some of those NES recreations of Genesis Sonic music, and some of them are pretty good. Oh, you got to be kidding. Ugh. That was just dumb, the thing that I did. Do I know if the Sonic 4 version of Wii is sequenced? Well, definitely at one point, but what I don't know is if it was rendered out to a full waveform to be played back on the Wii version instead of being rendered real time. And I would think that, actually, I think Sonic 4 does have the music speed up effect, right? So in that case, maybe they are rendering it real time. Ooh, I definitely don't have this memorized anymore. Yarkaz says, how do you think someone should approach the Knuckles Chaotix if they wanted to fix the tether mechanic? I'm not really sure. I guess it depends on what you really see as the problem with the tether mechanic. The thing about Chaotix that gets to me more than anything is just the difference in the physics between that game and the regular Sonic game. And, I don't know, I think I'd work on that first before I messed with the tether any. Oops. Silverboy64 really wants to make a Chaotix port, but doesn't know how. There'd be a few ways to go about doing it. There's a bunch of game creation utilities out there. You could do it from scratch in language like C, C++. You could start with an existing base engine in C or C++, something like that. It would take a lot, really. It always takes a lot to get a decent game built. In the case of Chaotix, then yeah, you have to deal with the tether mechanic too, which is a whole extra layer, and I don't know, I haven't looked into how exactly they handled it, but I imagine it might be kind of like what I did with Vertebreaker. Because I tried to think about how that worked too while I was creating the grapple in that game. Oh, come on, Tails. Hey, King D. Well, if you have the time and desire, it's not bad to create your own engine. could come out very, very useful. It just really depends on what you want to do in the long run. Like, do you want to do some more Sonic games? Do you want to do some other games in general? Maybe some other fan games, maybe some original IP. Yeah, it's a lot of work to create. It's a lot of work to create your own engine, especially from scratch. But it's very worthwhile if you have the time and plan to do like a lot of game programming. Yeah, that's what the chat's here for the people that want to talk. I don't want to waste any rings, but I can't live with myself if I don't do this. Oh wow, I lost it already? Ha. Yeah, that super jump thing is a bug that that you can trigger if you mess up going through those cannonball launchers. There's something about the way they change they change something about your velocities and stuff to work the way that they do, and they're supposed to change them back when you come out the other end. But if you like get hurt, fall into that one, and then it won't quite set the state right, and you'll fall out of it, and you'll still have those settings applied to you. Talk to me here. Well, let's see, what's everyone's favorite level in this game? Like, personally, I like the music from Aquatic Ruin Zone. How did I miss? There's supposed to be a checkpoint around here somewhere. How did I miss that? Barbara says Sonic 2 after a while feels a little rushed. It actually was. It was very, very rushed. As big of a game as it is, it's only about half as big as they intended it to be. Oh. I think it's safe to say that I'm not going to end up with all the emeralds. Well, Sonic 2 actually never had time travel. It was among the concepts, and Sonic CD, I think, was planned entirely separately than Sonic 2 in the first place. So it's possible that any notion of time travel in Sonic 2 was completely separate than the time travel for Sonic CD. but any of the time travel stuff for Sonic 2, like, never made it off the drawing board. There were some crazy concepts for Sonic 2, though. I'm not sure exactly when those came out. They just, like, showed up one day, as far as I know. Just some really weird stuff about pictures of various islands that it's supposed to take place on. Some level names that some of them don't even sound like regular Sonic Zone names. Oh, that's not even fair. Silverboy says Green Hill Zone was gonna return in Sonic 2. I don't think that's a thing that we know for sure. I think it was just being used during the testing stages. They oh crap. They started with Sonic 1 and built Sonic 2 just directly off of it, slowly stripping pieces of Sonic 1 away one at a time. So, how many Chaos Emeralds do I have left? I think I have 5 now. So what do you guys think for the spin dash? Do you just mash a single button continuously, or do you put your fingers on all three and just go all the way across rapidly? Oof. For me, it depends on how much of the spin dash I need. Like if I just want to get going, sometimes I'll like land from a fall and just do a real quick single button tap, real quick tap like that. Other times I just like automatically reorient my hand on the controller and just rapidly mash all three buttons. No, it's just a matter of how fast you want to get the speed pumped up all the way. It's like if you're pressing more than one button, you're able to press a button in general faster. So you can rev all the way up to the maximum speed quicker that way. Of course. And it's hard to tell which those two enemies is worse. Mr. Post says Slicer is the worst, and you're probably right. I've been running into him a lot. So these are some weird platforms, and I think this is the only place they're used. Wow, perfect. Tails. I've got very few opportunities left. Sonic Mega Mix Mania. Yeah, I've played that. I actually have a video of myself playing that. Curlyhead Kevin says, is Sonic Mega Mix getting new versions? Well, I don't know. I had some plans. I have some plans for it, but they really require me to have a lot of free time, and that's not really something that I do have right now. I've got to focus on my commercial games before I can get back to that any. Anyways, this is the only zone in this game with 3 acts. It's because it sucks so much, and they just want to keep right on sucking. Are you talking about Wiffle? Because she actually did a lot of music in the original Sonic Mega Mix too. This is not going well. Yeah, I've talked to her since then. I'm pretty sure she told me she was doing some of the new stuff. I think this is the end. And if I cross that star post without even trying to get a Chaos Emerald, I'm not going to be able to pull this off. Thanks, Tails. Alright, I know what to do. Guess that was a bad idea. Oh, I can't even go any farther back. Do I think newer Sonic games should be harder? Well, I do like a challenge in them. I think the bosses in most Sonic games are very, very easy, and I think I would like them to be a little bit more difficult at least. This part right here is, as part of a level, is proving to be kind of challenging. Like some newer 3D Sonic games, or rather all of the 3D Sonic games, I think they're all pretty easy. Like especially the bosses on the first Sonic Adventure taking 3 hits, and there's only what three of them. My favorite Sonic remixer. I don't know, honestly. I actually haven't listened to a whole lot of remixes lately. The last time I really listened to a lot of remixes was the Project Chaos soundtrack. I think that's what they called it. It's a complete remix soundtrack of Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and I liked several of the songs on there. Do you have anybody that you would recommend? Which kind of sound font do I prefer? Well, if I understand specifically what you're asking, because I think it would be a little bit more than specifically a particular sound font file that anybody might have used on some music that they put on the internet. It really depends on the song as to what kind of instrumentation I like with it. Like I like all kinds, and for example, like a game like Undertale could mix some more modern and more chiptune-y stuff all in the same place. There's some other there's other songs that do that too, and there are people who like don't like chiptune music, in particular the stuff that came out of a sound generator that they would refer to as 8-bit. But I think it all has its place, and you can't make a sound obsolete. It's like just a sound, and different sounds sound good in different scenarios. and I think that because a particular sound was created by older technology, I don't think that makes it invalid. Like, I still like a lot of music that incorporates FM stuff too. And that's probably obvious because of some of the stuff that I've been working on. Like, actually, I've been working on a few things you guys don't know about yet. Personal projects with some friends, some people who are in this stream right now, and some of that involves some FM style music too. But in particular, you might know about Vertebraker, and that is completely FM based music. The whole aesthetic is kind of Genesis like. But yeah, the original question, what sound font do I prefer? The sound that I like in the music really depends on what music it is, and in general, I just like a wide array of different kinds of sounds. Do I think Sonic would need a huge map if he were in an open world game because of his speed? I guess it depends on how they represent his speed in game. Something like Sonic Adventure, it might not be that bad. I guess you could kind of get an idea of what it's like, or what you would prefer maybe by playing something like SRB2 or Sonic Utopia. Then you would get an idea of what a more open level structure is kind of like, especially Sonic Utopia, because there are like in SRB2 there are some set paths, but I think that there are places where it's pretty open too. I actually haven't played that game in a long time, but if you were to do something like the boost gameplay, that is already problematic in terms of level design, because you're going to pass by a lot of stuff very, very fast. So I think that's what causes the levels to be made in such a way that I feel like they're being held back, because you have to do such a large level to make it last even 30 seconds. And that's a lot of work in 3D. Especially if you don't want it to look dull as all hell. I used to have the timing down on this guy. I would not be doing good on the modification I did of, or rather the remake I did of this in my Sonic example game right now either. So, adventure side paths and collectibles like flickies. So, flickies in particular, they actually already did that in Lost World. There were hidden animal capsules that you could find all over the place. There were bonuses you could get for the amount of animals that you got out of there, and I'm not sure, but I feel like they were all flickies, but there might have been a few other kinds of animals. My favorite TV show? There's a lot of shows I like. I'd have a little bit of a bias right now because like there's a lot of shows that I really do like and I would go back to and watch over and over again. And whoops, that I actually do, but like something that's ongoing, something I've never seen before. Right now I'm pretty into One Piece. On episode 200 and something, just got past the Thriller Bark arc. In general, I like a variety of like drama, comedy, some classic stuff like Third Rock from the Sun. That's pretty good. Frasier. I like classic Star Trek, like not specifically the original series. Like it's all right, but I don't think it really gets me like it does some other people. I like Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager. Yes, I have seen both Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, and they are great. I've also seen Dragon Ball Super too, more recently. And yeah, I actually did see GT. Yeah, I saw Breaking Bad. Yeah, there's so much of One Piece too. There are like over 1,000 episodes and still going, and we just recently got started on it, and it's like a catch-up game. It was good to have you here, Retro VG Media. You take care too. Gonna go the long way. Yes, I did used to watch Seinfeld. Let's see, what else? Married with Children. Going back in the direction of Breaking Bad, then yeah, there's Better Call Saul still running, and I also saw Dexter. I thought that one was pretty good for a while. How do you guys feel about Lost? Any of you guys ever seen Lost? Oh, it's all over. Yes, I've definitely seen Sonic X. Both in English and Japanese. I prefer the original to the 4Kids dub. So Lost, it's pretty good for a while. It's yeah, you get into it, and it's pretty good through most of it, but then you get toward the end, and I feel like it kind of starts to fall apart, and there's just the last season maybe. It just gets disappointing, in particular the ending. But there are several things I've watched that I like most of them, and then they seem to have sort of a disappointing ending. Do I read any manga? Not really. But I also don't really do a lot besides work to begin with. Animation Creation says this is turned into an AMA. That's fine. I am here to hang out and have fun. Yeah, so whatever you guys want to talk about. If you want to bring up something like any of what my interests are and stuff, just like what we're doing right now, that's fine. Oh! I looked away. I shouldn't have looked away. Not that I have another chance to get another emerald anyway, but I would like to actually get this one. And I had plenty of chance to make that up and I just got tilted. How did I trigger that bug? Silver Boy says, I'm working on a solo ROM hack, so is there any other recommended programs I can use? Well, that depends on what you're doing with it specifically. For level stuff, I would recommend Sonnet 2, haha. You know, honestly, I've been out of the loop on what kind of utilities are out and about right now, so I don't... Man, it's so easy to lose all your rings here. I don't really know much about the current climate with that stuff. Nian Howlett Foster says, what causes that bug? The one that happened at the end of the special stage. I do not know. I don't know why it would have garbled up like that. So Blitz Edgy says, that probably sounds a little weird, but I wanted to say thanks for all the stuff you've done for the Sonic hacking community. I used to mess around with the first Soned tool years ago, and that sort of got me into programming now. That doesn't sound weird at all, actually. Thank you for saying so, and I'm glad that you enjoyed it and that it was able to help you. Well, I still got it with him. See, I used to have a relatively quick way of handling this. I beat it, but I didn't get all the Chaos Emeralds. That is very disappointing, actually. Might be a me problem, but when I make a sprite for Soned 2 and I try to save it and build when I open the ROM with the custom sprites I made, it will just be corrupted. Any solutions? Do you mean tiles for the level? Because Soned 2 isn't a sprite editor, so... the bad ending isn't even actually that bad this time around. I don't think Eggman juggles the Chaos Emeralds, does he? I think I had to add that to the mobile version. Just like it wasn't right. It wasn't right not being there. Yeah, if you're talking about sprites like for Sonic or for some objects or something, that really would have absolutely nothing to do with Soned 2, so I'm not sure what's happening. So Soned 2 doesn't read, write, or edit sprites in any way whatsoever, so anything that happens to that data shouldn't affect Soned 2, and what you do with Soned 2 shouldn't have any effect on what you've done with sprites for objects in the game. Yes, this is the same. It's like right at the end, you don't get anything any different between getting the Chaos Emeralds and not getting the Chaos Emeralds, and that's just weird. So what happened with debug mode in Sonic 1 and Sonic 2? What do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean? They are in there. We did implement debug mode. Update. Do you mean the Sega Forever versions? If that's the case, I don't really know what they've done to it. I've heard that it runs worse and the ads do some weird stuff, and then there were some awkward bugs that were introduced. I really don't know anything about it, and I don't know how they even would have caused things like that, except for the insertion of the ads. If you can't access debug mode in the new versions after Sega Forever took over, then I don't know what the reason for that is. Does it help to put Tails in front? Not in the least. Why does the game crash on the Sega Forever version? And yeah, I don't think debug mode works. Yeah, so, we don't know anything about the, Sega Forever versions. I'm not sure why they were redone by, or rather, messed with by those guys, but it probably just has something to do with, it seems like Sega just has them taking care of all of their old IP in terms of mobile, and I guess freemium is the way they wanted to go with the game at this point. So whatever they did when they rebuilt it to have ads in it, they must have triggered something that's caused some kind of bug that's causing these crashes. And yeah, I do not know if they intentionally took out debug mode or if it was a mistake, and I don't know anything about, yeah, I just don't know anything about why you wouldn't be able to access debug mode in those versions. That is interesting to know, though. I don't think I had ever heard about that. I heard about the other problems that people were having with it, but I did not know that they took out debug mode. I don't know why that would be the case. That's weird. Wow, really? Yeah, putting Tails in the front, he'll get a lot more of your rings, and he still has exactly the same movement delay that he has if he's behind you. So I really feel like that is a major detriment to have Tails in front as AI. Ooh. Alright, I let him trick me there. So, okay, so the level menu does, the level select menu does still come up. Now, I actually don't remember how you activate debug mode. I know about the code that you can activate it being there, but I can't remember if there's something like you have to continue to hold the screen while the level loads to get it to actually enable in the level. Or if you're using a controller, you would have to hold A just like on the originals. That could be the case, but you also probably thought of that and tried it, so yeah, I don't remember if there's anything special like that to it. Oh, okay, so you can't even get into the level select menu anymore. That is weird. Come on, Tails. Come on, Sonic. Ah. 19? No way. What is my opinion on Blue Spheres? Specifically, the results of plugging in any game but Sonic 2 or 3 into Sonic and Knuckles. Well, I had fun. I had fun playing through plugging Sonic 1 on top. I went through a whole ton of them before I even realized that, like, there's figuratively no end. Technically there's an end, but yeah, it's like not a game that you can beat. It's just a lot of mini challenges that you'll probably never play all of for the rest of your life. And I think that I think it was a pretty good idea because, like, there's really nothing else they can do for stuff, and people are going to try to plug in other games to Sonic and Knuckles. So, like, instead of just booting up Sonic and Knuckles or having nothing happen, or it doesn't run or something, then yeah, I think having the minigame there was a good idea. And it's still better than nothing to have that whole series of levels come up when you plug in Sonic 1 instead of, like, just nothing happening, because you would certainly expect something to happen when you plug in Sonic 1. No, this is terrible. Ha. Okay. Can I say happy birthday to your friend Alpha? He's the developer of Mega Mix Mania. Sure. Happy birthday, Alpha. Now Sonic can change into Super Sonic. Alright, now it's just messing around. I've got all the Chaos Emeralds, so I wonder how quickly I could speed through a Super Sonic. Blittegy says, what was my reaction when I got the gig to work with Sega on the mobile ports? I imagine it must have felt pretty exciting. It was. So yeah, that's the first time I did get to work with Sega and Sonic, and I had been wanting to do that ever since I saw Sonic in 1991, so that was already just a great moment in my life to be able to do that. Curlyhead Kevin says, I came back and why are we in Emerald Hill? Well, I beat the game and I was upset that I didn't get all of the Chaos Emeralds, so I used the level select to go back and get them, and I've just finished getting the last one, and that started me over in Emerald Hill Zone. So now I'm just screwing around with Supersonic. Plastic Wizard says, Mega Mixing wishes Alpha a happy birthday and wishes Stealth a good stream. Thank you. What game is next, or is it over? In the long run, Sonic 3 is next, but we play Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and I don't think we have that kind of time tonight. So I'm just, for the moment, I'm kind of just like New Games Plusing Sonic 2 a little bit. And once I'm done fiddling around here, that's yeah, that'll be the end for today. But I will come back another time, possibly next weekend, maybe next Saturday. I'm not sure. You'll have to watch my Twitter for what I have to say about that. But yeah, sometime soon I will come back and play some more classic Sonic. I may start with Sonic 3, or I may go and do Sonic CD first. Maybe I should do Sonic CD first. Yeah, maybe I'll start with Sonic CD and if I start at 5 p.m. again, I don't think I'm going to have enough time to play both of them on the same day. I'll have to find out what's going on with Andy, because I do not want to overlap streams with him. I don't want to steal any of his viewers. I don't want him to steal any of my viewers. I'm actually not even sure if he streamed today. If he didn't, then I waited that long for nothing, and maybe I can start a little bit earlier next week. But yeah, like I said, we'll have to see how that goes. But I do plan on coming back with some more classic Sonic. You know, I don't think I have played all the way through the new version of Sonic CD with Tails. I played parts of it with Tails, but I don't think I've played the entire game with him. And I just realized that I've gone on autopilot with this game, which is something I used to do a lot. Oh, I know where I am now, and I know where I missed that thing. Right there. But yeah, every now and then I'd turn it on, either just for the hell of it, or sometimes I need to look up the way something works in it or something, and before I knew it, like a half hour had passed and I'm halfway through the game, and that's not even what I intended to do. like, this is actually going pretty quick. I could probably complete the game with Supersonic and still make it out of here by midnight. So how's everybody doing right now? Like, where is everybody? Where's everybody from, time zone wise? As for me, I am in the Pacific time zone right now. It is 11:14. So like, I don't know where the majority of my fans are, and what times they're really available for this sort of thing. And as far as the people that are online right now, I'm wondering who is on at a normal time and who is staying up really, really late. Give me just a second here. Alright, sorry about that. 7:15 a.m. Wow. Man, my sleep schedule was that messed up before. Like, I had to work with people that I worked with were in different parts of the world for the remakes and for Mania itself too. And in terms of where I lived, my sleep schedule got so screwed up, and I've only recently fixed it. Like, it got way worse a couple of weeks ago. We're staying up till like 8 a.m. 12 p.m. Ugh. So I'm in college, and last year I started programming in Java for at least a semester, and have now started to learn C# for Unity programming. What would you suggest beginners who are trying to learn to program? Hi VGM Beats. Let's see. Beginners who are trying to learn how to program, I guess it really depends on what you want to do. Personally, I'm not really a fan of C#. Unity didn't really click with me when I tried it the last time, and it seems to me, like, as somebody with experience, that it would be even worse for a beginner than to just go with a standard like C or something. But I don't know how my perspective is on that exactly, because a lot of people think that it's easier to get started with something like Unity, and I don't know, maybe there's something to it. For me personally, I do a lot of stuff that benefits greatly from being C, maybe C++. And yeah, so like, it depends on what level you're getting into with programming too, like where you want to start, how raw you want to get with what you're programming. And so for something like C++ or C or C++, if you're starting out with you can either start out with a base of code that somebody else has done to get you closer to where you want to start with what you're working on, or you can start from absolute scratch, nothing, with C and C++, and that will give you a whole lot of control over how what you make works, and that's a level of control that you won't have with some pre-made systems like engines made by other people that you're just getting started with, or systems like Unity and any of the game making software that's out there right now. So yeah, it's kind of hard to recommend just in general for a question like that. But personally, I still would say my recommendation would be learn how to work with a programming language like C. I think that you'd be a lot happier in the long run if you're working with stuff that's open, like either your own, you're entirely working from your own code from the bottom up, or if you're working with some open source engine or something where like you have access to the source code so you can see what it does, you can change what it does. That's just like a lot better in my eyes. In specific for if you were trying to begin learning to use Unity specifically, that is something I had a problem with myself. Actually, it seems hard to get into, especially if you're going at it solo. The information is so scattered and it's hard to find exactly what you want, and it's written sort of in a technical sort of way, which, like, technical isn't a problem for me, but it's sort of like you want to do a thing and that thing requires several other things, and you try and find out how to do something that is basically the culmination of a bunch of other things, but you have to track down those things individually, and some of it's not easy to find at all. Do I think Hypersonic is canon in Sega's eyes because Hyper wasn't in Mania? Well, Iizuka-san himself has said in a public interview that Sega does not consider Hypersonic canon. And the reason for that is basically they were worried about power creep. Specifically, I think maybe Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z came up, where if you just continue to keep getting more and more powerful, like you do Supersonic, then you do Hypersonic, and then you got to come up with something else. And where do you go from there? You just go up like 5 more levels, and what especially is left from there. So yeah, basically, I think the idea is just to keep it simple. The Chaos Emeralds can let Sonic become Supersonic, and basically that's all there is to it, because Supersonic is very, very powerful already. Like, you know, in game you have some features like Hypersonic can't drown. Maybe I don't know how I don't know what exactly Supersonic's powers are lore-wise. I know how they're represented in game. And yeah, what is in the Hidden Palace in Mania are basically stone relics, and like, it wouldn't be up to me to say what's what, like, in the absence of somebody like Izuka-san or somebody else with Sega saying stuff about lore, how stuff is, what's up with the story, what something means on a deeper level than just looking at it as a game sprite. So, yeah, it's really not for me to say what that is. But Izuka has said that they don't really like to acknowledge hyperforms as a thing for that reason. So, Mania is like a celebration of everything, like from the classic era. And there are a lot of ideas and a lot of references that are made, and stuff that shows up. Yeah, but in the end, it is still a continuation of Sonic's story. And everything that happens is up to Sega, because basically, yeah, they tell Sonic's story. And so when we create a game like that, even if it's sort of a celebratory sort of thing like Mania turned out to be, then it still needs to fit in with everything in just the right way, so. Do I think Sonic CD goes before 1, between 1 and 2, after 3K? I always thought it went between 1 and 2. That was me personally. Then Sonic 4 came out, and I think that sort of, if you consider Sonic 4 to be canon, then that sort of changed Sonic CD to happening after Sonic 2 or something like that. I don't know, there was something weird. There was something weird about it. But I've always considered Sonic CD to be between Sonic 1 and Sonic 2. Honestly, I think if they were going to do Sonic 3 and Knuckles as a singular game, then they probably would have just stuck with 7 Chaos Emeralds and Super Forms. And I think that Hyperforms were actually implemented as a gimmick so that you would have something extra when combining the two separate games after the game had to be split. So I think in that sense it could be said that it's just a gameplay mechanic. Because there are some things that happen in some games, including some Sonic games, that aren't necessarily story related and are just kind of there to give the game a little something, like either give it a little something extra or just make the gameplay itself work. Ha! Beat Sonic 3 times. Well, you guys are still here, we're still having a chat, so I figure I may as well just budge my way through it with Super Sonic again. Hang out with you guys just a little bit longer. So yeah, I don't think it's even gonna be 12 before I finish this, and that's a pretty decent stopping time for me. It's New Games Plus, guys. Animation Creation says, I aspire to create a manga about a boy who can slow time at will to get himself out of bad situations. Sounds like an interesting concept. Why do Genesis games have borders that match the environment? Well, that's actually pretty much the overscan area for the video, and on most CRT TVs you wouldn't see that. I think on British PAL TVs you do end up seeing it for one reason or another because of the way the PAL standard works. But yeah, that's just that's what they call overscan, where there's extra area of the screen that you don't actually see on the screen, but the raster beam still goes across it, and the way the video is rendered on the Genesis, there's nothing rendered to that area except that it's always blanked with everything else at the beginning of a frame. So it gets blanked out, and when that happens, it gets what's called the background color, and that in general is index 0 on indexed colors, so index 0 would be your background color. On the Genesis, the way the palette works, there's a 64 color palette, but it's broken down into 4 sub palettes. So color 0 of each of those sub palettes is the transparent color, and there's a setting on the VDP where you can choose which of those 0 colors is the background color. And let's see, I think usually, like start counting at 0, I think usually it's palette 3 that they have. So it's just that the background color, which or backdrop color rather, which they've turned orange here to use for the background, because anything that's well, the screen is cleared with the backdrop color to begin with, and then everything's drawn on top of it. And if you draw a 0 color, it actually doesn't draw anything to the screen. So if you are at the background and there's nothing else, and you draw a 0 color, you just still see the backdrop. So that would be used for like technically when you are drawing stuff and you have a 0 color, it's transparent color, so you can let stuff show through. But that means that instead of 16 actual colors, you only have 15 actual colors. So in the case of the background, what they can do is they can change the backdrop color to something that will show through the transparent parts of the background and effectively give them a 16th color. Oh, glad to be able to teach you guys some new stuff. What is my position on Dragon Ball Z filler? Well, I guess they had to do something to keep the show going while the manga was still being written, but, I don't know, some of the stuff can drag on after, after a little while, but, I didn't actually see the full Dragon Ball Z. I watched up through the Frieza arc on Dragon Ball Z, but when I went back to rewatch it, I watched Dragon Ball Kai, where they did a lot of cuts of extraneous stuff and took out a lot of the filler, and that was still a very long series. I do remember some weird stuff from the filler that I did see, like there was an entire episode about Goku and Piccolo learning to drive a car. see, and I think in Kai they also cut out the Garlic Jr. arc. Can't remember what else. Oh yeah, they cut several episodes on the Serpent Road, I think you call it that. But yeah, looking back at it is a lot different than looking at it as it comes, because the reason that they do have that filler in there, a lot of it is because they made the show so quickly that the manga that they caught up with the manga and there was nothing else to make. So if they expected to keep creating the show for people to watch in the meantime, then they would have to make up their own stories for it. Which is something that happens with other mangas that got turned to anime too, like I was talking about One Piece earlier, and there's a lot of filler in One Piece too, and there are people who get angry about it, and I really don't mind it very much. Like, there's some filler that's kind of weird, like I haven't seen very many of the episodes where it's some kind of alternate universe where everything's a lot more Japanesey, and Luffy is a cop or something like that. Yeah, it's weird. Those really don't grab me, and they kind of got in the way when I was expecting some major stuff to happen. But overall, like, there are some other filler arcs, like the one with the I think Millennium Dragon. There was a special battleship island they went to. It was shaped like a battleship, and there were supposed to be dragons there, or it was supposed to be a myth, and they found out, they had to find out the reason why the dragons weren't showing up anymore, and they finally got them to come back. There was this girl who had eaten a devil fruit that lets her talk to animals. Stuff like that. Yeah, I really don't mind it most of the time, because I like to watch stuff with those characters. I just like them to do stuff. I like there to be character development, and I think that even though there is an overarching story going on, there are things that happen in life that don't really correspond with your overarching story, and just seeing bits of life with those characters, I think there's nothing really wrong with that, and yeah, if that hadn't happened, I would probably be a few arcs farther along in One Piece right now, and that would just mean there's that much less of it for me to watch. In early development for Sonic 2, there was a level called Genocide City, and then they changed their mind about having that name and called it Cyber City. And part of the layout is definitely similar to Metropolis Zone, but parts of Cyber City that were parts of it that we've seen in the design documents and stuff, they look like Metropolis Zone. So it's possible that Metropolis Zone in general is Cyber City. Otherwise, it was just an extremely similar level, and fits very well with being made another act of Metropolis Zone, so... Classic Sonic Simulator in Roblox. I have played some kind of Sonic game that somebody's putting together in Roblox. I'm not sure if it was Classic Sonic Simulator or if there's like another one out there. There's not much to the one that I played. You apparently have to pay money to play as some of the characters that are available and to get access to some of the content. Right now, all that's available for free is regular Sonic as a character and this one test level. So is that the one? Sonic Eclipse Online, am I? It is a massive, seemingly massively multiplayer thing that's in 3D. What are my thoughts on 3D Sonic fan games? Well, I'm not against them. I haven't played very many of them. There are a lot of them that are in testing right now, and like the version of Sonic Utopia I played was still very, very early, and so there really wasn't much to go on, but if I comment on just the demo that was there, then I'd have to say it was a little too open, but yeah, it was sort of a big engine test, and they were basically experimenting with what they could do with it, so long term I wouldn't really know how that one would turn out, or how I'd feel about what they might want to do with it, or even what they want to do with it at all. I've played Sonic Robo Blast 2, and it's been a long time since I played it, and I actually don't think I've ever had the chance to play it all the way through from start to finish. But it is a good attempt at Sonic going from a Doom game. Like, it's turned out better than I would have thought it would from the beginning, because like you see Doom and you hear somebody say, I want to make Sonic out of this, and kind of like, what? But they've done pretty well with it. Oop. I see Cubid's tried to say something. I'm not sure what it is, because it's there's this like loading sort of image there. Yeah, if you can manage to get and keep 50 rings, which there's barely more than that in the level, then you can turn into Supersonic on the Tornado, and that's very, very bad because... Aha! I messed up the music. That's very, very bad because he is so fast that he will easily walk off the edge. Oh, crap. Am I playing on hardware? No. I wanted to either play on hardware or play the Android versions, but my video capture equipment, it was working yesterday, and I tried it today when it came time to start the stream, and I was like a half hour late getting the stream started because no matter what I did, the HDMI capture just absolutely refused to pass any information to OBS, so I can't stream anything that's not directly on my computer right now. And yeah, the original hardware, it uses composite video and RCA audio, but the thing is, to capture that, I use a composite to HDMI upscaler, and I run that through my HDI capture. So because that's broken, that's a bottleneck, and I just can't do either one of those things right now. Almost through a second time, didn't take nearly as long. "3D Blast" was okay. It isn't really what I expect out of either a 3D or a 2D Sonic game, really, but it wasn't bad. Animation Creation tried to say something, and I see 2 loading icons instead of text. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Whoa. Oh, are they? I don't think I've ever seen those emojis before. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that one before. it is, second time. At least these games have cheats. Yeah, I wouldn't have gone through it a second time without them. I, like, didn't cheat all that much. Just went back and got the Chaos Emeralds to play it over again. And now the good ending. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty soon. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and let the credits play through again. But it is 12 o'clock, and I should be going myself. And I've kept some of you around. I'm glad that you were here with me. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I had fun hanging out with you guys, playing some more classic Sonic. Can I do one tomorrow? I should probably get to work on some stuff tomorrow. I chose Saturday because I don't know how many people are actually doing anything during the week now, since this situation is just about, like, trying to end, or rather people are trying to end it. So yeah, I want to do it on a weekend because I figured that there would still be more people who would be able to stick around and watch on the weekend. So yeah, I may. I think I'm gonna have to do some work tomorrow, and then I may come back next Saturday. So there is a link to my Twitter up on the top right corner of the screen. It is HC Stealth. If you're not following me there, you could just drop a follow on that, and you'll be able to see when I'm going to stream next. Because once I figure out when exactly that is, which it may be next Saturday, then I'll go ahead and drop a mention of that on Twitter, so anybody who's following me will be able to see when I make that decision. And we're coming up on the very, very end right now. So again, thanks everybody for coming. Thanks especially for the super chats. And I will see you guys again soon, where we will play more Sonic, probably Sonic CD. So for right now, good night.